Good evening, everyone. We're going to start our meeting. Okay. Welcome to a meeting of the Hunterdon Central Regional High School Board of Education. Please be advised that this and all meetings of the board are open to the public and media, consistent with the Open Public Meetings Act, and that advance notice required therein has been provided. Meeting notice was also posted in the boardroom of the Upper School campus, sent to the Courier News, Star Ledger, Express Times, and the Hunterdon County Democrat, and sent to the clerks of Delaware Township, East Amwell Township, Flemington Borough, Raritan Township, and Reddington Township. The public will have an opportunity to be heard as shown on the agenda. Mrs. Spitzer, if I could have a roll call, please.
Mrs. Bloodfield? Here. Mrs. Duggan?
Here.
Mr. Fowler?
Here.
Ms. Gong?
Here.
Mrs. Kellogg?
Here.
Mrs. O'Donnell?
Here.
Mrs. Peterson?
Here.
Mr. Reimer? Here. And Mrs. Santangelo?
Here.
Thank you. If we could all stand for a flag to the salute. Salute for the flag. That's all right. I Thank you. I didn't get somebody ready. Ms. Duggan, could I put you on the spot real quick and ask you to read the district mission statement?
Hunterdon Central is an innovative educational community dedicated to the intellectual, social, and emotional safety and growth of all students. While fostering curiosity and promoting wellness, we aspire to create powerful learning experiences, establish strong partnerships, and serve as contributing members of society.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to make a motion for approval of the minutes from the January 22nd, 2024 meeting.
So moved.
Second, is there any changes, discussion? Not hearing any. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Mrs. Peterson?
Yes.
Mrs. Kellogg?
Yes.
Mrs. Duggan?
Yes.
Mrs. Bloodfeld?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Donnell?
Abstain.
Mr. Reimer? Yes. Ms. Gong?
Yes.
Mrs. Santangelo?
Yes.
And Mr. Fowler?
Yes,
All yes, motion carries.
thank you. Next, we will have a motion for approval of minutes from our February 10th, 2024 meeting. Thank you. A second?
Second.
Any discussion, changes? Hearing none. Mrs. Spitzer, could I have a roll call?
Mrs. Peterson?
Yes.
Mrs. Kellogg?
Yes.
Mrs. Duggan?
Yes.
Mrs. Bloodfield?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Donnell?
Abstain.
Mr. Reimer? Yes. Mrs. Gong?
Yes.
Mrs. Santangelo?
Yes.
And Mr. Fowler?
Yes.
All yes, motion carries.
Thank you. Next, I'll acknowledge the correspondence that were sent to the board over the past month for the agenda. And then I'll hand it over to you, Dr. Moore, for your superintendent report.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler, and thank you for the mission statement tonight. The note I wanted to share is one about answering requests for engagement. And I just wanted to highlight the work that's being done with Mr. Spencer in Mr. Brandt's office. Recently, NJSIAA made available a pilot for girls flag football, which is a fantastic opportunity for our students, but we weren't sure quite how many were going to come out for it. And he had close to 70 at the interest meeting, and it was fantastic. And so not only is the NJSIAA involved in supporting this, but the NFL as well. So we're really pleased to be able to think about offering that kind of opportunity as we continue to grow our opportunities so that all students can find a place to be engaged here outside of just, I shouldn't say outside of just their classrooms, but in addition to what goes on in their classrooms, there's a lot more that happens here to make a home of this place for all of our students. Now, we have a few things on the agenda for me to discuss tonight very quickly, and also a presentation from our Counseling Services Department, but I see a bunch of guests in uniform tonight, and some of you look familiar. Are you all graduates of Hunterdon Central? Wow. That's amazing. Wow. Jay want to speak or anything? You mind if I do that now? Do you have, is there something you want to share tonight, or are you just, so, because we can give you some time right now if you'd like.
That's perfectly okay. We'll wait for the public comment.
Very good. Okay, thank you, thank you. All right, well, welcome, welcome. We have a few things on the agenda tonight that I'll go over very quickly as organizational items. In the order of some things tonight, because we have a closed session near the end, after which we need to come out and take some action. So I'll go through a couple of items there and talk to you about what that'll look like, and then I'll turn it over to Dr. Zurawicki. Where is she? There she is, okay. So we have a couple of things in the organizational items tonight. One is a calendar revision. This is a calendar revision for our students, and this is based on our decision to take our March 15th Professional Development Day, which was a day off for students, for lack of a better word, and turn that into 2 early dismissals so that we could continue to maintain some continuity of instructional time, and we wouldn't have to, we wouldn't have had to dip into then the President's Day holiday with very little notice based on the weather that we had before that holiday. So with your approval tonight, we'll make that calendar change and we'll communicate that tomorrow. I think we have a couple of different thoughts. Mr. Brandt's got a message going out tomorrow. We'll put it in there, and we'll also put it up on our website. We have a HIB report here, so there are 2 HIBs that require your vote tonight after presentation last month, but I'm going to ask you to postpone that motion until after closed session. We're going to be having some conversation in closed session that's relevant to that vote. So please postpone the HIB motion until after closed session. And then after closed session too, there may be some action that I know that well, not just on the HIBs, but some action that you may be taking on a couple other things, and there might be some board calendar action that we need some action on as well. So that's sort of the layout tonight. Everything else is fairly cut and dried, and not much else in organizational items for us tonight. In fact, nothing else. So at this point, I do want to turn it over to Dr. Webb, who is going to introduce Dr. Zurawicki. Dr. Webb is our Director of Special Student Services, one of those things, and she oversees, helps us all with the counseling department, so she's going to introduce our counseling supervisor, Dr. Zurawicki, who is going to then move on to introduce some staff and students who are working in our counseling programs. So all yours.
Okay, welcome Board of Education members as well as the public. Tonight I'm pleased to introduce to you Dr. Danielle Zurawicki, who is our Supervisor of Counseling. She will talk to you about some of the good work that's going on, and then you're going to hear from a couple of staff members, Carrie Kelly, who oversees the Red Devil Ambassadors, as well as 2 of our SACs that are doing exceptional recovery work with our students over the summer. So without further ado, Dr. Danielle Zurawicki.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. So tonight, as Dr. Webb said, we're going to showcase some of the things that Counseling Services does. And whenever I can, I kind of try to take an opportunity to remind everyone about the shift that's kind of happened within counseling, right? It's gone from that guidance, the guidance counselor to a school counselor. And I do that on purpose. And that's because of the focus, the range of activities and services that our counselors provide to students. So they focus on academics, college and career, and social emotional, all of that every day of the school year. And so we don't often get an opportunity to really share the work that they do, because so much of it is really behind the scenes and confidential. And so tonight, you know, we have some students and some counselors who are going to share everything that they do. So just to kind of start, I wanted to remind everyone that a few years ago we revised the counseling services policy, and we focused on relationships, personalization through opportunities and resources, and empowering each student. And I wanted to kind of show how that aligns with the district goals that are in for right now, the 2023-2024 school year, which talks about wellness, right? Powerful learning through personalization, which I don't think we always think happens also outside of the classroom, but so much learning happens in the everyday world. Equity and inclusion, our work to kind of involve every student, no matter where they are and who they are, as well as service within our community. And that's helping students engage with outside services as well. So to start, I like to kind of show some quotes to kind of relay the message of everything that we're doing. And this one is from Helen Keller, and it says, "Alone, we can do little. Together, we can do so much." And so that is my introduction to the Red Devil Ambassadors, who some of you might know, some of you don't know. So I'm going to introduce Miss Carrie Kelly. She is currently the class of 2027 grade level counselor.
Thank you. And here's one of my 2023s. Yeah. It was wonderful to hear you open with the mission statement of the board. We have a mission statement as Red Devil Ambassadors. It keeps our focus. It keeps us, we revise it every year. We take a look at it and how it's working and if we need to update anything. So this is ours. It says a lot within 3 sentences, I think, but we read it at a couple times a year to remind ourselves and you all of what it is that we do. So I would love to introduce, I brought 2 seniors with me, Alyssa Hicks and Daniel Schneider, and 1 junior, Aram Philippek. They're going, okay.
So I'm going to be going over our first bullet point tonight. So what we do as RDAs, you probably see us often, especially if we have a new student or so, especially in the hallways, and we work with the staff, we work with the counselors, especially the DRAs when we're running late to class, or my house secretary, Miss Cruz, sees me often if I'm late to class with a new student. So the main point I do is I work with the counseling services department, but we interact with all faculty, staff, and students. So in the morning when we get a new student, we typically work with them. It depends. Sometimes it's a week. It might be a little bit longer depending on the student's comfort needs or so. And we help them first get their Chromebook or so over in the hub over here, and then we also take them in the 910 building to get their ID so they can check into every building, and then we also assist them if they have like tech issues. We have to like bring them back and forth, so we really do a lot that first week to help them get them incorporated here and keep them comfortable with a good transition to Central, because after all, being a new student can be very rough, especially coming to a school with over 3,000 kids here, so we play a pretty big job here.
So my name is Aaron Flipiak. I'm a junior at Hunterdon Central. I'm an RDA. So being the first friendly face to a new student is incredibly important to us, being Red Devil Ambassadors. Students coming from other states, other schools, and even out of country. At times, coming to a school this big with so many students is like incredibly overwhelming to them. So by us being the first person and the first person they meet and a friend of theirs, then that's really big for them just to get more acclimated into this new environment.
My name is Danny Schneider. I'm a senior here at Central, and aside from just helping out new students here at Central, we do stuff outside of that that is equally as important. And some of those things are helping some of the current freshmen, and that includes over the summer at orientation, where they get their ID photos, they get used to the school, and their freshman tech tools classes, which is a class where they learn how to manage their time, stay good with their mental health and all that. And then another thing we do is we help out with the administration every so often. This year what we did was we helped with tours during some kind of event. I forget what, but, we helped. And another big one of my personal favorites is we help with the food pantry across from Walmart. We get a budget and we donate a lot there, and it's a really great thing.
So I just wanted to add kind of the frequency. I don't know if everyone knows with which new students come to our school. So counseling is where all new students will come, and we're kind of their first point of contact. And we still have new students, about 1 or 2 a week. And so we keep them very busy. And some of the things that, I want to kind of highlight as well is that there's a long process to becoming an RDA, right? They have a lot of responsibility, like they said. They're the first face that we want students to see when they come and start a new school. And so I thank them, and Miss Kelly, she spends a lot of time working through that program, and it's a year-long event, right? It's not just something that happens at freshman orientation. They'll go all year, and they'll actually go to the middle school soon to introduce themselves to the rising 9th graders so that they also know some friendly faces that they're going to see around campus. Okay, so thank you. Okay, so my next quote is, and no one has to understand that braveness is not the absence of fear, but rather the strength to keep on going forward despite the fear. And I say that because our SACs, our student assistance counselors, they do a lot of work with students on having to push some of those boundaries, some of those personal things that they might be experiencing, whether it's inside the classroom or outside of the classroom. And so their work with some of our vice principals, they put together a whole brand new program. And so last summer was our second year of that program, and it was really designed to help build skills for students who were struggling to come to school on a regular basis. And so for students who might have numerically passed a class, but who lost credit because of attendance, because as you know, you need those two things to earn credit. And so they work together, and so today we have Allie Buckaloo and Stacy Heller, along with a student, to talk about their summer programming that they put together.
Okay, so basically the impetus behind, I just told Ms. Buckaloo, I have a big mouth, I probably don't need this mic, but I saw you go, so.
The people at home need you to.
They need me to have the mic. So the impetus behind this was really, I liked that Dr. Zerwicki's quote about a braveness, and it is to kind of have the kids be brave when they're in a hole, when they're stuck in negative habit loops, which we've all been stuck in our lives, where we're going on a path and we crash, and we get on the path and we crash again. And that's the attendance that, and having attendance challenges can really sometimes move you to dropping out of school. And we wanted it to be where it could move them to be re-engaged, with what we called nourishing networks and with staff members. And interestingly enough, we didn't have to teach curriculum because they already passed the class, but we wanted skills so that they didn't fall in that hole again and they didn't have attendance issues moving forward. We have Jose here. He's one of our shining stars, but he is not the only one. This was successful for a lot of kids. And yeah, okay. It was successful for a lot of kids. And this says something because these are kids that had attendance issues to begin with. That's why they were in the program. But they came consistently in the summer because they were engaged, because it was something that they recognized was going to give them skills in their life. That when they failed, they could be brave, they could get back up, and they could keep trying. They could identify the challenges, and they could really lean on other people to help them. So I want to turn it over to Jose so he can share his experience.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jose Delgado, and I'm really proud to talk to you today about my experience in the Summer Credit Recovery Program back in 2022. I also got to help out with the Freshman Transition Program, which was awesome. During the program, I learned a lot about handling stress, building good habits, and setting achievable goals. These skills have helped me stay positive, be productive, and make progress in my personal and school life. I also learned about the importance of having supportive people around me and seeing the challenges as opportunities to learn and grow. These lessons have stuck with me and continue to guide me as I work towards my goals. And thanks to Ms. Heller, Ms. Buckaloo, and Ms. Edgar, these has made a big impact on me, and I'm really grateful for everything I've learned. And as I noted in my Hope Workbook, failure is not the opposite of success, it's the path to success. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me.
Thank you so much. I just want to say how brave, right? The bravery it kind of takes for students to come up here and talk. I think, especially for those of us who have struggled, right? That's very hard to share, and so thank you. And I just thought I'd highlight some of the work that happened, especially this past summer. We invited 21 students. 16 of them were able to successfully complete the program and earn up to 10 credits back. And so that's a 76.2%. And part of it is that they also, there's a linkage to working with outside communities where we're trying to help students equate what we do here in school with their future and their goals, right? Because that's such a big part of it, and that doesn't come as intuitively to all of us as it does, right? So that's why I just wanted to kind of highlight that. And that concludes our presentation, and I wanted to see if anyone had any questions.
Yes, I do have a couple of questions.
Sure.
How many RDAs do you have?
Miss Kelly. I'm going to turn it over to the experts.
And while you're there, I'm sorry, SAC stands for?
Those are SACs, that's the student assistance counselors. So we have one per grade level. So each grade level has 3 grade level counselors and a student assistance counselor, and they focus on anything kind of related to mental health struggles, substance use. You can see also skill building, just kind of the huge range of things. And Ms. Kelly will answer your RDA question.
Great, thank you.
So the RDA program is small. I am lucky enough to have 7 seniors, 8 juniors, and we are currently training 8 sophomores. And what will happen is the seniors and juniors pair up so that each new kid kind of gets 2 RDAs, but that helps them with balancing all of their responsibilities with missing class. And then the seniors train the sophomores, and then once they're trained at the end of March, the seniors semi-retire, and then the juniors become bigs. So Aram, get ready, you're getting a sophomore, and they take over the new kids while the seniors plan our spring activities.
Great, thank you. And is it a competitive process to become an advisor?
An advisor? No. Oh, to become a Red Devil ambassador. They're shaking their heads yes. We get nominations of spectacular sophomores from the house office team, and that includes the counseling staff, the vice principal, the nurse, the secretary, because she knows everybody, and we get nominations, and every nominee is invited to a meeting where they present about the jobs and what it entails, and then they have to sign a permission slip for them to be called to interviews, and it's a group interview process, and then they hash it out on how they want to pick the next generation. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
And students are invited to self-nominate as well, so we get, so we open it up to kind of anyone within the sophomore year, so.
Yes, I just wanted to thank you so much. I'm familiar with Ms. Buckaloo's work, which is amazing, so thank you. The counseling department is stellar here. Can't say enough good things about you guys. And when I first joined the board, I remember being concerned about Red Devil ambassadors because I'm not here, I'm not in the school, and so from my perspective, I was wondering if there were differently abled ambassadors, multilingual learners, Project Trust, all of that. And seeing this presentation tonight, I can see how amazing the work that you're doing is and how much you're representing. And to the student that spoke, amazing, because failure is success. It is, because I will tell you, my freshman year in high school, I failed algebra by 0.5. I took it in summer school, and I aced it, and I love math. So everybody just needs an opportunity. So thank you for giving the kids that.
Well, thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you. Good. All right, well, thank you all. And I hope you're enjoying our presentations from our departments, taking that different kind of tack this year, focusing in on some of the work that's relevant to the board and the school's goals, and also giving the students and staff a voice to share a little bit about what that work looks like. And it's just wonderful, stirring stuff, so I appreciate all of you. And that, Mr. Fowler, is all I've got for you tonight, with just the reminder that we have to postpone that HIB item until after closed session. So I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Moore. I believe that gets us to our first residents forum. So at this time, we will, I'm sorry?
No, he's good.
He's good.
Yeah.
We'll do it. We'll do it right after right after. We're good. So we will open up for any public comment for items on the agenda, comments for items on the agenda only. Please feel free to come up to the podium.
And there will be
Another section at the end, of course, for the public to speak. Okay, seeing none, the much anticipated motion for calendar revision. Can I have a motion to move the approval of the revisions as Dr. Moore outlined for the 2023-24 calendar?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. That's fine. Any conversation or commentary? All right, Mrs. Spitzer, have a roll call.
Ms. Gong?
Yes.
Mr. Reimer? Yes. Mrs. O'Donnell?
Yes.
Mrs. Duggan?
Yes.
Mrs. Peterson?
Yes.
Mrs. Bluntfield?
Yes.
Mrs. Santangelo?
Yes.
Mrs. Kellogg?
Yes.
And Mr. Fowler?
Yes,
All yes, motion carries.
thank you so much. And then our HIB motion we will table until after our executive session. With that, we move into Student Life and Program Committee. Mr. Reimer?
Good evening, everybody. We only have two action items to move tonight. The first is under tuition and transportation, and we are going to try to move to approve tuition and related transportation contracts for the following special education students for the 2023-24 school years and related services as required in their individual education plans. The cost of this will be $49,569.84. The second is an overnight field trip for the marching, Red Devil Indoor Color Guard, and that is going to take place down in Wildwood, New Jersey. We'd like to move to approve for the Red Devils Indoor Color Guard to take an overnight field trip to compete in the Wildwood, New Jersey, from May 3rd to May 5th. And approximate cost, approximately 21 students, 8 chaperones, and the trips will cost $250 per student, paid by fundraising and the students' families. So I would like to move to approve those two items.
Thank you, Mr. Reimer. Motion?
Second?
Second. Any conversation? Hearing none. Mrs. Spitzer?
Mr. Reimer? Yes. Mrs. Peterson?
Yes.
Mrs. Kellogg?
Yes.
Ms. Gong?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Donnell?
Yes.
Mrs. Bluntfield?
Yes.
Mrs. Santangelo?
Yes.
Mrs. Duggan?
Yes.
And Mr. Fowler?
Yes.
All yes, motion carries.
Thank you. Operations and Transportation Committee, Mrs. Duggan?
Okay, thank you. So tonight we have 16 items to move. The first one is the financial reports for December. The second is the January invoices. We all got copies of that. We also have the transfers as the third item. The fourth is the revised budget calendar, and really you can see the calendar there in front of you, but the big date would be at the next board meeting. We'll be looking to approve the tentative budget. So that's a big one coming up. Number 5 is the board budget objectives. So these are focused on education and fiscal responsibility. So you guys can take a look at that. Number 6 through 9 all have to do with the ROD grants. And I just wanted to just take a second to explain ROD grants. So ROD grant is a regular operating district grant. And Mrs. Spitzer has taken advantage of a great opportunity that the state opened up this year. It's been over 10 years the last time the state offered this to us. She applied for different types of grants to the state for roofing and HVAC work that has to get covered on the building grounds. And if approved, the state would cover 40% of the expenses. So she put in quite a few, I think maybe more than 12, is that right? They applied for 19. The state approved 12 of them, and you can see them listed here. It's really a bunch of different type roof replacements, HVAC replacements, and the state is saying that they're going to help fund 40% of these expenses for us. So this really saves a lot from our budget. So number 6 would be to accept the state share of the final eligible costs for these ROD grants. Number 7 is the execution and delivery. So we're moving to approve authorizing the execution and delivery of the of the grant agreement, Section 15, in the amounts indicated below. Number 8 is the delegation of authority. So to approve the delegation of authority to the school business administrator for supervision of the school facilities projects listed below. And then number 9 is to use the capital funds for local share rod grants. And this is moved to designate from capital reserve funds in the amount indicated below for the local share of the following school facilities projects. And there's that list again below. Number 10, we have a jointure with North Hunterdon Regional High School to transport a student. 11, you'll see 3 projects here where we want to move the, to refund capital reserves. These projects have been completed. They were summer projects that we were doing, IMC parking lot and the Bridge Loop Road. Those projects are done, and there's money that's going back to capital reserves for that. And also the 910 storage building, which has been a long-standing project. That's finally completed. I think Mrs. Spitzer is super happy about that, too. All that money will be going back to capital reserves. Number 12, we have moved to approve Project Adventure as a proprietary service vendor for challenge course repairs. These are the, if you guys noticed, we have some different type of climbing facilities on the side of the building where you can do an elective and take another type of gym elective to climb up and swing off the ropes and things like that. And we do need to do some repairs to that. So that's number, let's see, 12. And then 13, we need to withdraw the maintenance reserves for the high elements course and climbing tree repair. I don't want to take too much time, but I do want to say that this is an awesome opportunity for the students because it's open to any student that wants to participate. All different students are brought together, and they all have to help each other, and they have to learn how to trust each other and communicate with one another, and I just think it's absolutely a fantastic opportunity. Number 14, we have an RFP for a food service management company, so move to author the business administrator to use competitive contracting process for the procurement of food service management company. 15 is an RFP for school photographer. So we'd like to just move forward with that. And then 16 would be to rescind a professional service provider that we voted on last month. We just kind of need to reverse and kind of do that over again. So with that, I'd like to move items 1 through 16.
Thank you, Ms. Duggan. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Gong. Any conversations, questions?
I just have a question about number 12. Is that the ropes course?
Yes.
Okay, that's the one that, when I first joined the board, I would get lovely and thankfully invitations to, but I didn't attend. Has any board member done the ropes course?
I actually took it my
Oh
senior
my
year
God.
here.
Oh my
Yes, and it was one of my favorite courses, being a rock
Okay.
climber at the time.
All right, I'm impressed.
So I can
'cause
attest to its engaging.
I respectfully declined.
I was going to say, maybe we should do some sort of retreat, board retreat. We can do some ropes
Can
climbing.
we check insurance first?
Yeah,
You
true,
have to sign
true.
waivers. Yeah. You do have to sign
We do have to
waivers.
sign waivers, okay, yeah.
Was there another?
I was just going to ask, does our portion of the ROD grants impact any other projects we were intending to do any this summer or this year?
No, these are for the next summer, the summer of 2025.
Thank you.
So the only thing I'd like to add is the food service RFP is not because of any dissatisfaction or any concerns about our food service company. We're required to do that periodically every four years. So we're coming up on that calendar point. Just wanted to make that clear that we weren't looking specifically to go in a different direction.
Thank you for that. All right. Any other questions, conversations? If not, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Gong?
Yes.
Mr. Reimer? Yes. Mrs. Peterson?
Yes, except abstain on number 2.
Mrs. Bloodfield?
Yes.
Mrs. Duggan?
Yes.
Mrs. Santangelo?
Yes.
Mrs. Kellogg?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Donnell?
Yes.
And Mr. Fowler?
Yes.
All yes, motion carries.
Thank you. Mrs. Butfield, Personnel Committee.
Yes, personnel has 23 action items tonight, so another hefty agenda. We'll start out with the first one. We have 2 retirements of longtime employees. We have Michelle Bernhard, special ed teacher with 23 years of service, and she's a past HCEA president. I had the privilege of working with her on some HCEA negotiations, so we'll miss her. And Nancy Middleton, who's been a secretary with 18 years of service, so I'd like to wish them both well in retirement. We also have in number 2, 2 resignations. We have 1 termination. In number 4, 2 revised job descriptions, the payroll and benefits specialist and manager of transportation. We have a couple of contractual salary appointments, the manager of transportation, a supervisor to replace Jane Armolino, and then Elizabeth Riley, we are moving from HR specialist to personnel secretary. In number 6, we have contractual hourly appointments for 2 bus drivers. We have some hourly HCTV student technicians we're appointing. In 8, we have a new substitute rate for a substitute athletic trainer, and that rate is 1.2283 of the teacher rate. We are appointing substitutes in number 9, and that includes a long-term sub for a Spanish teacher who's out on leave, and that's actually someone who used to be a teacher here, Mr. Baca, so it's always nice to have our retired teachers come back and be subs. Then we have appointments of chaperones, appointment of a staff member for PM supervision. Number 12, we have new staff induction buddy stipends, and that's funded with Title IIA grant money. We have 6 block stipends that will cover some of the holes in our world language and social studies departments. That's number 13. 14, some professional development. 15, we are approving 2 internships in counseling. Then we have our unpaid co-curricular community volunteers, Schedule C unpaid advisors, and number 18, we have our Schedule D coaches. You'll notice there, and you'll also see in 20 and 23, we have some assistant softball coaches. And what we're doing there, we actually had 4 assistant coaches. 3 of them were part-time, and we're now moving to 3 full-time positions. And you'll see in the, where we're rescinding the positions, that was actually by choice. So, but that's, you'll see this in 3 different places. So the appointments are in number 18. 19, we have salary guide advancements, and that's, we do that a couple times a year. That's based on course completion for the fall. And then number 20, here's where you'll see that we're rescinding the 2 assistant softball coaches. 21, we are rescinding the substitute caller stipend, and that has to do with moving Elizabeth Riley to a new position now from HR specialist to that personnel secretary. We have approval of some leaves of absences in 22, and that includes a sabbatical that's approved under the HCAA contract. And then finally in 23, you'll see amendments, and that's where you'll see again that we're changing part 2 of the part-time assistant softball coaches to full-time. So with that, I will move personnel items 1 through 23.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Okay, any questions or conversations?
Just have a couple of quick thoughts to share on the retirements. I'll echo the thought Ms. Barnard's served as association president through COVID. And so we're always proud of successful negotiations, and you know, I'm proud of successful negotiations here with our teachers unit. I know board members are as well, because there was a time when those weren't successful, right? But also proud of the partnership that we managed to maintain, and still to this day with the association under President Matt Smoker. Maintained partnership for our students through some really tough times. And so I really appreciate all that she's done here and a lot of the perspectives that she's brought to the table. Nancy Middleton as well. Nancy is our media center clerk. She actually spends most of her day at the circulation desk over there. And she served us well for 18 years, but I can share also she served me particularly well by helping me as my oldest son went off to college. She helped me really a lot with that. Everything from what to buy for him to just how to deal with the fact that he wasn't in the house anymore. So I appreciate all that she's done as well. So two folks who we'll miss. I do also want to share that we, with your approval tonight, we'll be welcoming a couple of folks. Mr. Hager for the Manager of Transportation. That's the position that it reports to the Director of Transportation, so Sue Gouldy's prior position. Dr. Hastings is here tonight, actually. Where are you, Dr. Hastings? He's recommended tonight to be one of our Curriculum Instruction Department supervisors, doing a lot of projects, everything from teacher capacity building to efficiency and technology projects to good old-fashioned departmental supervision as well. So we're looking forward to bringing him, well, not on board. He's been teaching with us for a couple of years, and we're bringing him into the supervisory ranks. And then Liz Riley works across the hall from me, welcoming her to a better opportunity, a bigger opportunity, and a new position there as well. So lots of good folks having done or continuing to do good stuff for us here at Central.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, Mrs. Spitzer, roll call, please.
Sure. Mrs. Bledfield?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Donnell?
Yes.
Mrs. Kellogg?
Yes.
Mrs. Duggan?
Yes.
Ms. Gong?
Yes.
Mrs. Santangelo?
Yes.
Mr. Reimer?
Yes.
Mrs. Peterson?
Yes.
And Mr. Fowler?
Yes.
All yes, motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, other committee reports. Sure. Thank you, Ms. Keller.
So we did have a reorganization meeting for the Communications Committee this month. Primarily, we talked about what the priorities were going to be for the new communications officer. We discussed a lot of opportunities that we saw coming out of the new policy 9100, as well as some ideas for ways that the communications officer could provide more information to the board. I did want to make sure that everyone, especially the new board members, had seen the presentation that was put together by Mrs. Tucker. She did a really good job of quantifying how people interact with our communications tools. So that link is in the committee minutes as well.
Thank you. Any other committee reports?
We just had our first policy committee meeting, and we really just talked about kind of some of the needs and the scope of the committee. You know, particularly one of the things that was brought up was ensuring that there's a sufficient amount of definitions, that the definitions are kind of uniform in certain areas across the manual to avoid, you know, confusion and misunderstanding. And we really put an emphasis on gathering input from other board members and committees and the administrative team about what they would see as areas that could use a peek in our policy manual. And we did discuss the schedule of review. We are not going with the ambitious get it all done this year. We are going to actually look at what people bring to the policy committee as kind of what they feel is the most, most necessary to take a look at and go from there. So I think it was really effective, and hopefully at the next meeting we'll get to take a look at last year's audit of the policy manual and go from there.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Peterson. Anything else as far as committees and liaison reports?
Yes, the Equity Committee did meet today. I would say nothing reportable, so to speak, but I think a really good conversation about where we want to go, about the equity audit. We need to talk more about that, and about more safe spaces for students to access facilities, and maybe some collaboration with the Communications Committee, because there was a little bit of talk about maybe the board having a way to communicate, I don't know, more effectively or more clearly with staff and administration and employees. So maybe a project in the future for SD. That's all.
Sounds good, thank you. Yes.
I'll give a quick update on the superintendent search committee. We had a special meeting, executive session. We did interviews on the 10th, and we did select an interim superintendent. The contract is awaiting approval with the county superintendent, and as soon as that is approved, we will get word out to everyone. We'll make an announcement, and hopefully everyone will have a chance to meet the new interim superintendent. As far as this search for a permanent superintendent, we have reviewed the RFPs for a search consultant that we will be hiring. We'll probably discuss that a little more in executive session, and we hope to have any presentations done at the March meeting so we can get that process rolling as well.
Thank you. It's been a busy month. We've met
President
a lot.
Fowler?
Yes.
May I add something to the policy committee?
Of course.
Don't worry. I want to make a few comments about the newly formed policy committee. And one thing that you should know about board members, you never surprise your other board members in your comments, so no worries here. And it's mostly for the benefit of the community, for the folks who come out here, because many times you just see us vote on something. So what you don't see is the work that this committee does during the month, the emails, the things that go back and forth. So there's a lot of work that goes into each committee before we actually take a vote. I attended a New Jersey School Board Association training session this weekend, so these are all these thoughts in my head. And Mrs. Santangelo, you might hear some familiar things because she attended in January. So relative to the policy committee, as Mrs. Peterson said, we are not going to review all the policies in the next 12 months. She is enthusiastic about the policies, but we have hundreds of policies, if you've ever looked. You know, the last time I counted, there are 350, 450 policies, bylaws, regulations. I want to thank President Fowler for attending the policy committee because Dr. Moore could not attend. So thank you for doing that. Also, this committee has to figure out how to operate with the standing committees. The SLP committee has just thrown over the transom 2 policies for this newly created policy committee to take a look at. And one of the questions that I have is which committee really has the final say? So we're going to look at their policy, but they're the subject matter experts in my mind. So again, we still have lots to hash out for the new policy committee. And since, again, it's really, my comments are really for the community, the folks that come out here, because you don't get to see some of the things that are, really running through our mind in terms of policies and procedures for ourselves. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Gong. All right, pivoting over to additional board business. Anybody have anything else to add or opine on? Seeing and hearing none, we will open for our second public comment session. Again, I would ask that we hold all comments. Show of hands, how many people intend to speak real quickly? Okay, not so many, so we'll do 5 minutes per person. Dr. Moore will do a timer of 4 minutes. I'll do a minute after that. If you could please come to the podium, share your name, contact information, announce where you're from, and then feel free to make your comments. If you do have any comments about the board or the staff, I would just ask that you direct them at me, please.
Good evening, all. Jay Hoff, Flemington Borough. I would just like you to consider this as a part 2 of my statement from last month. I would like to speak again about kindness. Kindness asks that we approach every situation with empathy, a willingness to listen, and a humility in knowing that we are capable of both great harm and great good. Kindness also demands accountability for a lack of kindness. Kindness cannot tolerate bigotry or discrimination because to leave harm unaddressed allows it to continue. To be kind, we must address harm, we must call it out and name it so that we can work to solve it. This week, news broke of a teen in Oklahoma who was beaten by 3 older students in a school bathroom and who later died by their injuries. Their name was Next Benedict, and they were only 16. They deserved a long life. They deserved to grow up, and they will not get that chance. Quite frankly, I am sick and tired of talking about dead children. All I can ask is, how did we get here? How did we become the nation where queer and trans students are not making the news because of their accomplishments, but because their dignity, humanity, and lives have been stolen from them? We may not be in Oklahoma, but in order to prevent a similar tragedy here in our community, we must recognize where it hits home. The State Board of Education of Oklahoma has been under fire since the appointment of Chaya Rychik, also known as Libs of TikTok, on Twitter. Ms. Rychek's background is in real estate and posting inflammatory content online. Just a few months ago, Rychek featured Ossawa School District, where Next Benedict attended. Now, a child is dead. Hunterdon Central is unfortunately not a stranger to Ms. Rychek. In December 2022, she featured the district's Pulse Club for their drag show. Teachers and administration here then received death threats, and the little theater was packed with people from afar who attempted to harass and intimidate our community and our kids. A self-identified white supremacist from Tennessee even came to our meeting, filmed it, and then posted a podcast about it. Another member of the crowd openly wore a shirt that declared them as a Proud Boy, another neo-Nazi group. So when members of our community invite this kind of behavior, what does that say about us? This certainly does not speak of kindness or care for any of the students here. It only serves to make our youth more afraid. We cannot sing Kumbaya with those who actively wish for and even encourage harm against any other group. While there are far more things that we can disagree about, we cannot simply agree to disagree about the humanity of our fellow human beings. When we talk about different groups of people in ways that dehumanize them and incite violence against them, we cannot be surprised when the worst happens. Mr. Fowler, I appreciate that you were willing to directly answer the public last month. However, I disagree on the characterization of certain actions as simply mistakes. Mistakes happen, and we must recognize that. But intentional actions are not mistakes. In Ms. Santangelo's case, one does not mistakenly attend Board of Ed meetings at Reddington to spread falsehoods about gender-confirming surgery. In Ms. Peterson's case, we can put aside the allegations about the Twitter account and look at one simple fact. Ms. Peterson is employed by Nolan Baruti, the law office that is suing this district and Delaware Valley High School as well. I believe it would be very difficult to mistakenly be employed by a law office. And regardless, it is a massive ethics violation. You want to represent our community, all of you? Then show us what our community represents. How do we treat each other? How do we learn from each other, no matter who we are and where we're from? What dreams and hopes do we have for the future generation, and how are we going to work towards accomplishing them? The least we can do is do no harm, and the best we can do is work to reduce harm. And we are asking you to do your best. I would like to take the rest of my time here, for whatever remains, to take a moment of silence for Next Benedict and all of the other queer and trans youth whose lives have been taken far too soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Whomever would like to go next.
Yeah, I decided I wanted to say something, sorry. I didn't warn you. I should warn you.
It's all right.
I told you last month you're stuck with me for a while, so, you know. My name's John McKay, 122 Featherbed Lane, Flemington, New Jersey. I understand what they're talking about with the allegations, and I understand Ms. Peterson's point that they are allegations. And I heard Mr. Richard's letter. The problem I have is the fact that I worked at a trade for a long time, and about halfway through that time, a lot of minorities and women started getting into the trades. And, you know, there were a lot of violations, not necessarily ethics, but racist and sexist and things like that. And we took steps to take care of it. The thing is, we never rewarded the person that made the allegations, that was accused of the allegations, until it was all settled. And Mr. Fowler, I think you rewarded Ms. Peterson by making her chairman of that committee. You have two other people here that were brand new, and they would be neutral in this situation, and I think one of those two should have been the chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the time. My name is Jim Vargas, longtime resident of Flemington, or actually Raritan, now living in Monmouth Beach. During the week, I testified in front of the New Jersey State Health, Human Services, and Senior Citizens Committee. The issue was there were two bills on their agenda that wanted to drive, they have to deal with students who would be able to reach out for health services outside the school. And they wanted to drop the age from 16 to 14. One of the things that happened when you walked into this thing is as we walked in, they merged the bills. One was actually 113, one was 14, and said they're going to be 14. We had no idea what the bills were. When we talked about it, they challenged our thought, and they passed the bills anyway. And one of the things when we pushed on them, they said was, you know, we're interfering with parents. They said, well, all it's doing is changing the names. And what they did was, changing that name from 16 to 14 affected 200,000 students. So 200,000 students changed from needing their parents' consent or advisory to attend mental health to not being able to need it. That is not insignificant. And when they beat us up about it, I pushed back and I said, we never wanted to eliminate parent involvement. I said, well, what about what you went into with the pronouns, where you said they had to be used, but the parents need not know? On and on, these guys got into parental rights and really got interfered with it. I think you here have a great challenge, but also a great opportunity. And you have to tackle the things as they come. The things that the state has moved from moving in, there was a time when there was the Board of Ed and there was other things, the outside, managed by the family, managed by the individual. The state has gotten totally into the school system. First, in diversity, equity, and inclusion, by forcing things coming in. 116,000 teachers get to put that in every class. When they took it and they said it had to be in every class in math and history and that type of thing, they integrated those two and they took people's freedom away. So you have to go in and dealing with diversity, inclusion, and equity as a board. You have to make it fair and open, maybe open to the public so people know what is being taught to our children, right? As far as inclusion, it's really hard in diversity and stuff. When I listened to a young woman talk that said people believe differently, but they work for a law firm that are against them, that's not diversity and inclusion. As diversity, you have to allow different opinions, and you have to respect them. I point out, I know that I hate hate crimes, whether it was people beating up women who wanted to be, when I was younger, who wanted to be like men's jobs, or people who happen to be gay, or what happens today in a society. It's wrong, right? But I point out that the only person that was physical attacked on this campus was a person that supported pro-choice. So work with diversity and equity and make it happen. As far as equity, have debates on equity versus equality. Equality is equal access. Equity is equal outcomes. Well, who decides on the outcomes? Joe Biden, Murphy, the superintendent of a school? Have those debates in front of the students. When it comes down to the pronoun issues where you don't have to notify a parent, you made a statement here that you would always notify a parent. From a policy standpoint, make that full. Because the same government that passed the laws that said about the pronoun laws said people didn't need to include the parents, and the AG is suing certain boards for just doing that, saying they're going to include the parents. There's another issue that's a hard one to address, because as you face up what the government is driving for us is really pushing. One more minute. Here, majority of people want to be notified. Here, we challenge one of the things about teachers, right? Here is the thing that says 270 teachers were convicted on sexual issues around students. This post says 25 people happened in 1 week. This report says feds asking for stop for letting this go and not paying more attention to it. This report says that 11.7% of our students report when they're in college that they were sexually addressed or sexually misconduct in a high school. To put that in perspective, I did a study on, I know it takes long, on 2020 on a Catholic church. That's what I do. There were 4,712 accusations of sexual misconduct. There were 100,000 students that graduated that year. If this 11.7% is true, that means there are 11,000 sexual misconducts on children just in New Jersey. You really need to have policies that guide what teachers can do, what they're allowed to be involved in, and really protect our children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, Benedict. Next, Benedict.
I'm sorry, your name and where you're from, please?
Janet Quattrone, Flemington.
Thank you.
A key part of our job as human beings is educating, nurturing, and keeping safe all the young people in our community. It's easier said than done. A key part of your job as Board of Education members is supporting the education, nurturing, and keeping safe of all the young people in the school that you're sworn to represent. I understand it's easier said than done. It takes work. I speak not only for myself as a community member, but for my friends, other community members, many parents of school-age children, when I say that we want to see that the new board is up to the work required. In speaking about a policy committee, and I thank Board Member Gong for trying to clarify a little bit what goes on before and during policy committee conversations. But in working on a policy committee, we might reasonably assume that a primary objective would be to seek to clearly understand, to educate yourselves as well about what any policies under discussion actually mean, as opposed to what some people may want you to believe that they mean. We challenge and hope that you all together will actually do the work. Learn about context. Learn about the educational bills that included said policies. No policy is telling educators to lie to parents. No policy is going to permit educators to lie to parents. Many of us appreciate very much Dr. Moore's explanation last year about how certain policies are dealt with here at Hunterdon Central. It's our understanding that educators want to collaborate with parents, if they're open to it, in the nurturing, acknowledgement, respect, and protection of all students. And in speaking again about policies, these policies are meant to protect. And by such stated policies that protect, they also acknowledge, affirm, and wipe away an antiquated stigma of otherness. Because views about otherness breed suspicion, they breed division, they breed violence. Next, Benedict. Thank you.
Thank you.
Suzanne Bocage, Brereton Township. Oh, excuse me. I think that's good. I would just like to add something to the tragedy that happened to Next Benedict. A terrible, terrible situation. But we don't know yet all the details. The investigation is ongoing. So I just want to point that out, that oftentimes we don't want to, just because a person might be non-binary, we can't make an assumption that that's why this whole situation happened. So I just want to point that out. A similar situation happened many years ago in Orlando, Florida, where there was a horrible attack where 50 people were killed at the Pulse nightclub. 49 people, approximately, I believe, were injured. And because this was a LGBTQ club, people right away assumed that this attacker was against the LGBTQ community. Right away, and many people still hold that this was determined to be a hate crime. But it wasn't. If you follow, which oftentimes we don't follow through, we don't see what happens next. Whatever hits the news right away, we all get very upset, and it is very upsetting. But I just want to let you know that we need to just wait for an investigation and not jump to a conclusion, because the FBI, after a thorough investigation, found that the Pulse Club tragedy was not a hate crime. Every child is precious, no matter who they are, what they believe. Every life is a beautiful thing, and I know that we all agree on that. So that's all I have to say. Also, I wanted to add that there was a comment about lies being said about transgender surgeries. Again, there are many opinions out there about transgender surgeries. Many. There's many doctors who comment on what these drugs do to students or children, the effects on their bones, the effects on their hearts, and not the obvious things, the effects on other body parts. So just because we might not like to believe something that is presented, I think we need to be very careful about calling it a falsehood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the time. I'm Rosalie Eftham from Flemington Borough. This isn't exactly about Nex Benedict. It's more about the kids who killed Nex Benedict. As leaders, I want you to think seriously, maybe more seriously than you have, about what you say around young people. You may never know that an impressionable person, including a young impressionable person, may hear you misgender a person, refer to that person in a dismissing, dehumanizing way, not just trans kids, that may make a kid say that that person needs to be wiped out, taught a lesson. You never know when you might be that reason, that one thing, that one last thing that somebody feels emboldened to wipe out a kid's life in a school bathroom. Because my church says, because my parents make fun of kids they think are too different, so that's what I think. Or when our school board doesn't see all the kids as the young miracles they're each trying so hard to become in this school. One thing that puts a kid or 3 kids over the line to do the very worst thing that they will ever do in their lives, because what happened in Oklahoma didn't just end Nex Benedict's life, it also ruined the kids' lives who did that to Nex Benedict. You don't know, and I address this specifically to the school board, that you may have already said or done that one thing.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Is there anybody else who would like to speak? I consider myself a guest here, and I want to give the residents their time first. All right.
Can I take your picture?
Yes, sir.
Is that allowed?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not wearing camo, so you can see me. Gotta look pretty. All right, so my name is Sergeant Ryan Vance. I am the New Jersey Army National Guard recruiter that covers Hunterdon County and the schools therein. So that includes North Hunterdon, Voorhees, Central, Del Val, and South Hunterdon. If my name sounds familiar, my mother, Pamela Vance, taught here for the better part of 2 decades. She taught ESL. She was Teacher of the Year in, I think, 2018. So that was a lot of fun. I got to come here and see her be presented with that award. The reason I'm here tonight, and you guys already got the jump on me when you recognized a lot of your former students here, I want to talk a little bit about the National Guard. So we have a soldier here with us tonight, graduated high school not all that long ago, and they didn't know about the National Guard. They didn't know that we can waive your tuition to any state school in New Jersey for any degree program. They didn't know about the job training or benefits we could offer. So they did what a lot of kids do. They got to Rutgers, they got themselves $100,000 in debt, and then they realized the civilian job market is not all it's cracked up to be. And sometimes even with your bachelor's in criminal justice, you end up selling phones at the Verizon over by Chili's. I am that soldier. And I am here today to ask that the board and hopefully the administration would consider granting all military recruiters additional time and access to the student body and the campus so that I might try to help a Hunterdon Central student from being where I am, which is 32 years old, still paying off my bachelor's. There were options that I was never made aware of. I had never spoken to a Guard recruiter. And I come here to the Board of Education to address the board and also some of the parents here because I understand there's always a bit of hesitancy about military recruiters coming out and talking to your children. I fought with my own mother about joining, and I was 28. So it's always a little bit scary. Nobody wants to see their baby go to the military. It's intimidating. What I would say to that is the Army and the National Guard have changed a great deal from what many of us knew as our fathers or our grandfathers' military. I am an infantryman. So for those of you who don't know, that's a frontline soldier. I volunteered for that job. I chose that job because I wanted to do what my grandfather did and what his father did before him. My father would have gone, but he was not able for medical reasons. For every one of me, there are 7 non-combat support jobs. As I stand here with you tonight, I have a fire control system specialist, a military police officer, 2 transportation specialists, an aircraft structural repairer, and another infantryman like myself. So my point in this is saying there are a lot of opportunities in the National Guard that don't revolve around what I do, which is combat. I need a lot of people with a diverse and broad skill set to put me where I need to be to do my part of the job. And I just want to make that opportunity available to as many students as possible. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We will certainly take your request under consideration and discuss it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other comment? Hearing none, we will close public comment and open for board comments. Anyone?
Yes, I misspoke before. The Equity Committee met, and, when I'm sitting amongst committees that have 23 and God knows how many things to vote on, and I said our committee had nothing reportable, I mostly meant we didn't have any board business of that nature. But we discussed the tragedy in Oklahoma. We discussed safe spaces in the school, and we discussed how much needs to be done and how we figure out how to get that work done. So I just wanted to correct myself. I got a little lost in the moment, and I'd like to believe that we will be doing good work for students and staff that need it. I probably have more to say and probably shouldn't, so that's it.
Thank you. Seeing nothing else, I guess I'll close.
I'd like to
Yes.
just, thank you for your comments, and I think that's great if we can invite you to come in and let the students know what their opportunities are. If that's something that they don't know, I think that would be a great opportunity. So thank you.
All right, I'd like to take a couple minutes and echo what Ms. Bloodfield said. Thank you very much for your service. Thank you for our freedoms. Thank you for defending our country and our Constitution. In alignment with that Constitution, I want to thank all that spoke at that podium tonight. I welcome you all. I welcome all of your perspectives and all of your commentary, regardless of what position and even if it's criticizing me. It is welcome, and I ask for you to continue to come back and continue to share as your heart asks you to. Hearing nothing else, we will close. We will convene into executive session. We will be coming back, most likely, with action. If I can have a motion to convene?
So moved.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Any abstention? All right. Thank you all. Have a good evening. Like to open up for a motion to reconvene into public session.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any abstentions? Any nays? Okay. Like to, what are we doing here?
So move them as they are. Move them as they are, and then we'll amend them. Yeah, move them as they are.
All right, so I'd like to make a motion to move to approve the HIB as is written.
You're going to put it on the table.
Yes.
So it is
You want to affirm this one or reject it?
F2. Move F2. Yeah, move it, second.
Yeah,
Any discussion, amend.
So HIB report, item number 2.
I think it's 8. It's not F. This is the school calendar. We need to go to.
Yes.
Okay, under organizational items, item number 2, HIB report ending in 008. I'd like to move that. Yes?
Move the whole motion.
Move the whole motion, number 2. Oh my gosh.
So moved.
Okay, second?
Second.
Okay, now we need to open it for discussion.
I would like to move that we amend one of them, is it 10? Thank you, to reject the recommendation.
And if you'd like, I'll read the motion as to how.
Please do. That would be very helpful.
So the revised motion would read, move to affirm the Hunterdon Central Regional High School disposition of HIB case HC 2324-008 and to reject HC 2324-010, reviewed by the Board of Education in closed session on January 22nd, 2024. As revised.
Thank you. It's as revised because we already seconded it.
So I'm going to do a
So
roll call.
please, vote, please.
And I'm going to roll call it as revised. We discussed it originally January 22nd, which is when it was presented originally. Mrs. Gong?
Yes.
Mr. Reimer? Yes. Mrs. O'Donnell?
Yes on 10, abstain on 8.
Mrs. Peterson?
Yes.
Mrs. Blutfield? Yes. Mrs. Santangelo?
Yes.
Mrs. Kellogg?
Yes.
And Mr. Fowler?
Yes.
All motion carries.
And you didn't call me. I say yes.
Did I say Mrs. Fowler?
No.
You said no, Duggan. But
No,
I'm
you know
saying
what?
yes. You got it.
Mrs. Duggan?
Yes.
All right. Next, I'd like to move organizational item number 1, calendar revision.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, open for discussion.
I'd like to move that we adjust that time to 6 o'clock for the meeting on March 19th.
18.
18th, thank you.
See, so
Did I grab the wrong one?
it's actually after exec. I actually had moved it to where I knew we would be dealing with it. So you want to move.
Oh,
you
okay,
wanna
so
move-
striking the motion. Can we have a new motion for executive session number 3, revised board meeting dates for the 2023-2024 school year?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right.
Can I make a motion, please, to change the time of the March 18th meeting to 6 o'clock?
All right, any other conversation around that? Hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Gong?
Yes.
Mr. Reimer?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Donnell?
Yes.
Mrs. Duggan?
Yes.
Mrs. Peterson?
Yes.
Mrs. Blutfield? Mrs. Santangelo?
Yes.
Mrs. Kellogg?
Yes.
And Mr. Fowler?
Yes.
All yes, motion carries.
Finally, can I make a motion to convene the meeting? Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye. Any nays, any abstentions? Thank you all. Have a good night.